Right. Let us see. Consume. Is the audio working everywhere? Working on Twitch. Is it working on YouTube? Okay, looks like it is. I don't know why my streams default to unlisted. Public save. Okay. Let's go. All right. We are back. Game Devin. So yesterday I spent a lot of time setting up like stat buffs and things like that, but I was just kind of adding a lot of content without focusing too much on the core structure, which is kind of like not the best way to implement stuff. I mean, I fixed a couple bugs here and there, which is fine, and refactored stuff, so that was actually probably good long term, but we need to focus on setting up the structure. So that means we're doing the most fun part of game development starting off today is project management. Yay! Let me just open up my uh, project management boards. Okay, so if I have a plan where I want to get a playable prototype done by the end of the year, and it's just turned September, so that's a few months from now. What the fuck is all of this? All my notifications. So September, October, November, December, September, October, November. So that's 3 months, or 4 months actually, so that's not too bad. Uh, So I have my hub level. I need to make that. So we need to come up with our milestones. So our milestone planning, let's make a new board. Um, God damn it. No, not a roadmap board. Okay, let's just use Jira, I guess. Um, let's go to milestone planning. Let's just open a notepad document for now. Notepad. Oh, get my shit. Okay. Um, let's see. So, playable prototype, playable prototype one, milestone goal. Can't spell for shit. Okay. Um, so first, I have my dungeon generation system, like kind of implemented, but that's definitely something we need. Dungeon generation system. So let's think what we need to get all of that. So we need combat room, we need puzzle rooms. I don't know how many of each we should have. We need like what should I call them? Like for horror games, pacing is really important, so we need rooms that have more like downtime. Let's call them like briefing. It's kind of funny. Um, see, we need the safe room because that will be where you can store your items you've collected. We need a boss room. Let's see. One of the big ones is the hub. slash starting room. So I only want one of those, and they're just going to be, I want to have like design wise, I want to have like one hub area that's kind of like I'm thinking like in Luigi's Mansion, like the foyer, that's the word, slash uh foyer, or like Princess Peach's castle, like that first main foyer room with like multiple doors you can go in. And so there'll be like just one door from the beginning that's unlocked that you can go into that goes through the and down into like the first level generator. And that'll be like the beginning like depths you go through to unlock more rooms, like in Mario 64 or something. Um, okay, so let's just even for stuff we have done already, so we'll have our upgrade system, which is our so I'm calling like our buffs and stuff curses because they're gonna have each one's gonna have a trade-off. So like curses and buffs. And we also want um so for our like we want to have like exploration. So let's call exploration. So we want to have like um lock let's call them like treasure rooms. Treasure rooms. We need what else do we need? Like like hidden spaces. Because I want to have like a skill that lets you go into like spaces you wouldn't be able to otherwise. Call them like crawl spaces. Crawl spaces. Um, let's see, exploration. So I need like treasure chests, or let's just call them item chests. Item chests. Let's call them locked item chests because I have the item chest logic set up, but I don't have any like locking or key logic set up for them yet. I do for doors, but that's also a lot of the dungeon generation stuff I've set up is just prototype. Um, it's very, it just works. It's not like good. So that's fine. And that's fine for a prototype. As long as it works, it doesn't have to be polished. So I have my upgrade system. I have buffs and curses. Exploration, locked item chests. Let's say like uh lock 100% and key. So like things that have the lock and key more abstracted, like you need a screwdriver to unscrew something to like get through to the next room or get a new item. So let's say like lock and key uh secrets. I don't know. Lock and key. We'll call it like lock and key paths. Sure. So combat. I think I have all the combat stuff set up. Combat. I need a boss. So we'll say AI. Maybe we can get multiple AI in. Right now, my AI is really dumb. I'll call it enemies instead. So we'll do like an actual behavior tree. I don't have that set up. Behavior tree. So we'll do a couple enemy types. I'm thinking maybe like three base enemies. I only have one in there right now. So we'll do like base grunts. Do like tank. We'll do let's say like a poison, an enemy that does poison to you. Um, enemy that causes like bleed to you. I don't want to do. I am gonna have sanity effects in the final game, but I don't want to do that yet because it's a pretty big scope. That's a whole system, so we're not gonna put that in the prototype. Um, So, and we need a boss. So a boss, weapon. I you can do it. There we go. So weapons. I have melee weapons. I have ranged weapons. I need to add um like throwable slash consumable weapons, like grenades slash consumable weapons. I don't know. Should I do stuff like fire damage or damage over time? Let's put that like damage over time, like fire, poison, bleed. I definitely have some of those already implemented, kind of. And then I also need to do like some weapons are going to have like different skills or abilities. So we'll implement like weapon skills slash abilities. The difficult thing about making a roguelike and like the core mechanics of it is that most of it does come down to content because the core like gameplay loop revolves around making interesting builds. So you need like a lot of content in order to make those loops engaging, which is difficult. I need a save load system. So I have a really basic one, save load. So I need to save the chest inventory. I think that's really it. And then uh the chest inventory, that's the main thing. That's just your progress. I think that's really it I need. So let's say, okay, which I do kind of have set up in a very hacky way. I have to refactor that completely. Um, so I need to, let's just make for the dungeon generation system, we'll just have enough rooms where a run will just be one big floor. I think I eventually want to have like multiple floors that you keep going down, like most roguelikes have. But for the prototype, maybe just have one big floor that gets generated, and then there's a boss room at the end. I think that might work the best. Or like not the best, but in terms of being able to test out ideas. And then it should also help with like pacing, I think, because one of the difficult things I've been like thinking about design wise is how long each run should be. And I'm thinking like 45 minutes to an hour, but a big part of having an engaging roguelike is making the runs really easy to jump back into. But I don't necessarily know if I want that either, because if you have things like people play like Resident Evil randomizers a lot and they can just jump back into it. Um, and those usually take like 2, maybe 3 hours for people who are experienced with them. So the let's try to think of like the player experience going through it. Definitely need a main menu. Main menu. Let me open up my drawing program. Clip Studio. I love Clip Studio. Hey, this okay. Let's say file new. I when I'm thinking about like player experience, I like to just write it out. It's harder for me to think when I type. Let me grab some more coffee. So like player experience wise, you kind of want to think about the sort of like steps they take just to get into the game, what experience you want them to have. So like you have to think about every single part of it. So like from the moment you boot the game, so we have like the boot, uh, wait, gosh. Okay, so we have the is that color a good brush? So we have the boot. Why is this resolution so low? Open, open, file, new. The 1920 by 1080. I don't know why resolution. Okay, that feels better. Whatever. Um, so we boot up into boot into the splash screen, which has all our splash screen, which has like the engine logos and my logo. So boot into splash screen. Uh, and then we go to the main menu, and then we'll have like options. We'll say like new game. We'll say continue. And we'll say options. Probably won't have many options, and we'll say exit. That's probably all we need for a prototype. And then we'll just say, let's assume we're continuing. We'll just do that. So continue, and that will dump you in the first level, which is loading the hub level. All right. And there you can check your chest inventory, and then you pick your loadout, and then you uh, say pick loadout. So you just grab the items you want, depending on because you can there's like permadeath. So if you lose your items, you can um you have to make the balanced decision between like how far do you think you're gonna get, how strong of the items you want to bring in because you can lose them easily. Um, right. So and then we load into the load into run, which loads the dungeon. Um, and then we go on a run and then we upgrade. So we start, we explore. So exploration needs to have its own sort of like interesting gameplay exploration. And then we have combat, and then probably puzzles, and then we'll call it like looting and upgrading. So these are our like core design, like gameplay elements. So exploration, combat, puzzles, looting, and upgrading. So exploration, and then we'll have like our and then we have like our lock and key system. Lock and key. So these are all the main things we need for the game, at least to be fun. This is kind of a design document. I don't really like the idea of like the way people have approached game design documents for the most part. Like, especially this early on in a project, that should be more about brainstorming and exploring. Um, like, just feel like a lot of people put too much stock into like trying to figure out so much stuff just on paper first, where most of it comes through testing, prototyping, play testing. Like you can't tell what's fun on paper, but you can think about what type of experience you want the player to have. And that can change to like a game design document should be a living document. You have to change it. Like it's a way to explore, like organize the ideas you want to explore. And this is like a very rough sketch of what we want. So this whole thing right here, so loading into the hub level, that should take like 30 seconds to a minute, 30 seconds to 1 minute. And then picking the loadout and going to the chest inventory, let's say like 2 to 5 minutes, depending on your thoughts and what you want to do. The hub level should also have exploration in it. I won't put that in the prototype, but exploration. And then, so we're gonna have for upgrading, we're gonna have per run upgrades, so per run, and then we're also gonna have persistent upgrades. So persistent upgrades will be things like increasing your inventory size. Um, and then so looting, that's how you get like new weapons, uh, and like item. So that'll be simple. Puzzles should lead to getting keys, getting upgrades, upgrades. Sorry you can't read this; it's completely illegible, but I can kind of read it. So combat is where you make your most decisions. I'd say decisions. Like I feel like good games give you interesting decisions. So taking your loadout is your first decision, your first main decision, because that'll affect the build you have during your run. Like, say I bring in a shotgun, I'm hoping to build a run. I'm hoping to build my like kit around using like buffing the shotgun. And maybe I'll get lucky and that works. Maybe I won't. And I'll have to go with another build, in which case I might lose my shotgun. Because I could die, because I brought in the wrong, I kind of like guessed wrong with the weapon I wanted to bring in. Um, and who knows, maybe that design approach will or won't work. It depends on what happens after we do playtesting. So yeah, we load into the run. So we start by exploring, and exploring can lead to combat. All right, and then as we get stronger, I think, hmm, I can make it so I have my dungeon uh generator should make it so that like it can start in an area and then populate it with rooms with weak enemies, and then like has like lock and key stuff, and then as you explore out the branches further, uh like the enemies get harder, which is fine, and then eventually it leads to the boss. So I gotta think about that. And my dungeon generator also allows for multiple floors, so that's fine as well. We gotta like level design for something like this is difficult because you can't um because even with like the Resident Evil generators or randomizers, like the level layout is always the same, right? As far as the ones I've seen, I'm sure there are some that like you open a door and it loads into a random room. Like that's not difficult to do with older games like that have been decompiled and stuff. Um, but for the most part, people like them because of the familiarity. So that's kind of uh I'm kind of talking through familiarity. combined with randomness versus this. So the way the rooms work is they're going to be prefabricated rooms, which will have slightly different layouts. Like some enemies, like different amounts of enemies will spawn. They're kind of like Lego pieces, right? They're like assume they're like Lego pieces, but they have like variations that are, let's say, like different colors. So each room should be familiar after you play the game enough times, right? So at a certain point, you should be able to like recognize the room you're in and understand the layout of it. So I think that type of familiarity, like I think that will drive that level of familiarity, like the exploration. One of the more difficult things though is the puzzles. Like puzzle wise, once you see one puzzle, puzzles are really hard to design. I think. So puzzles are so hard to design because like you can't I think they're one of the hardest things to design in games. Because it requires so much playtesting. Because you never know how much it's hard to know how much information to give the player. Like I was playing Crow Country last night, and most of the puzzles I feel like gave a really good amount of information, but then I got stuck on one near the end, and that's when I stopped. It was also getting late. Um, so we're gonna go back to that later, but I feel like I was missing one key piece of information, and the difficult thing is I don't know if that key piece of information I feel like I'm lacking is actually given to me anywhere, or if I just have to figure it out with the information I do have. Um, So that's a difficult thing. And then, once you solve a puzzle once in a game like this, where it's all randomly generated, how do you make it interesting the next time you encounter it? And even if you have like different solutions for the puzzle, like eventually you're going to run out of solution. I mean, you can do something like Sudoku or Wordle or something, and it changes every time. Or just have like a randomly generated code for like safes, like lock safes and stuff. Um, that's definitely going to be uh a whole design challenge on its own. So what we're gonna do is we'll say the further into no, let's just like completely ignore puzzles now and go back to what we were talking before. So the further into the dungeon you go, the harder the enemies get, which also means the higher the value of the loot you get. Uh, and then and then you have to beat the boss. Let's say hmm, so there's two options I can go for. I can say you have to beat the boss in order to save the items you've gained. Or if you just put the items you've gained into a safe room chest, if you find a safe room and put the items in it, then they're just safe for your next run, regardless if you die or not. So those are two things I need to check. And then if it's one or the other, I need to decide what is the reward you get for beating the boss. Does beating the boss give you a permanent upgrade? Or I had a tit upgrade. Um, we can design it like that for the so I feel like in the final game I want beating the boss to unlock a new area of like the hub, like the mansion or whatever it's going to be. I'm thinking like a mall, but Silent Hill 3 did a mall, and I don't know if that's that interesting of a setting. So we'll figure it out. That's something we can easily explore. Like the sort of coat of paint on top of the design is we can figure that out way later. Um, so we got to think about the systems we need to design off of this. That's why I was doing. We're trying to figure out what our core game loop is right now, and I have a lot of the systems written down, or like not fleshed out but implemented. So trying to figure out what our core game loop is once we load into the game, and that means figuring out what is the most important aspects of our core game loop and how they connect to each other. Um, so we have exploration, combat, puzzles, looting, upgrading, and our lock and key system. So let's move all this over. Actually, I'll just make the edit. Where's it? Where is it? I think it's under edit. Uh, Change canvas size. There we go. The canvas bigger. Okay. So we'll take all our core stuff and we'll see how they connect. So exploration is the main thing we're going to be doing. Exploration. So, and there is we have exploration, and then we have like the friction of the exploration. We'll say the friction is the combat, right? One of the core pieces of friction is the combat to the exploration. Because that's what gives that's what makes the exploration interesting. So you have to make decisions based on, do I kill this enemy here? Am I able to kill this enemy? Yada yada yada. So that's one of the core parts of friction. One of the other core parts of friction will be using like a consumable item, consumable like lock, consumable keys, I'm going to call them. So I'm thinking of adding things like a crowbar, a screwdriver, where they're like either single or limited use items that can be used to unlock uh, certain like safes or rooms, things like that. So we'll say like single slash single slash limited use item to unlock. We'll just call them doors. And doors can be anything. They're just an abstraction. So consumable keys. Combat is where a lot of the decision making. So these are all things I want to be decisions, right? The decisions the player has to make. So for the exploration, the decisions are: do I engage with combat? And do I use my consumable keys? And then also, there's going to be some like, I'm thinking like altars that can give you a buff or a debuff. So we'll say like, call them altars just for now. Altars, and they might require keys, they might require solving puzzles. They might just require like giving an offering. Um, and they can be randomized. So altars and give buffs and debuffs, and then also, what was I saying? Like, requires offering, requires offering. Um, so that could be anything like giving up health, like we're dropping items in. So let's say like giving up health. Uh, Let's say like discarding item, discarding item. All right. So something like that. So these are the things that can give friction, and I'm going to add traps too. The traps, so the player has to watch out for traps. 'Cause that just adds a little bit of friction. There's no, and then you can like decide to use. That can also be used for like the consumable keys thing. Disable with consumables with consumable. All right. So maybe you can shoot them, or you have like one of those tools that disables the traps. Okay. So this is all of our. I feel like these are our core things for exploration. Sure, everything's up and running still. Okay. Dun, dun. Or disk OBS go. There we go. So these are our core exploration things that we need to get in. So I don't have altars in, which is actually I do have like buffs and debuffs and stuff. Like um in like a debug state. And so those are not difficult to implement now because all I have to do is just make an object that the player can interact with and then it opens it up. But that also means I have to design things like UI. I hate doing UI. It's very difficult to do in Unreal. I feel like out of everything in Unreal, their UI systems are the things that are the most cumbersome. They're not like awful, but I feel like there's just too much overhead on them. They could be simplified a lot, but Unreal has a lot of other really good systems. Like I love using Unreal. So like puzzles are just puzzles. Those require lock and key stuff. So a puzzle will like give you a key, right? And then a puzzle can also have some sort of. I really like that puzzle from Pro Country last night where there was like a compass on the ground, so it had like, and then but north was at the bottom, had north, uh, south, west, and east because it was upside down. And then there were like statues or stones, and you had to change like the tombstones had names on them, and they each the names represented a cardinal direction. So you had to rotate tombstone into different cardinal directions, which was cool. I really like. It was a pretty simple like. It's not a complex puzzle, right? But there was also a grate over here, and the room was filling up with water. It actually wasn't though. The grate, if you walked over the grate and interacted with it, it said the room's filling up with water. It'll be completely full soon. And then there was also just a hand sticking out with a shotgun, right? And the shotgun, no matter where you walked, it just completely tracked your movement. And what I liked was, so up until this point, um, I was like getting shotgun ammo, right? I was getting tons of shotgun ammo. I'm like, when am I going to get the shotgun? So I walk in this room, and I see, oh shit, there's the shotgun. So I got to solve this puzzle and then I'll get it. Um, oh, and there was also a clock up here that was ticking. So like the so the room saying it's filling up with water, the clock ticking, and the shotgun like following you around, it makes you feel like, oh, I only have a limited amount of time to do this. If I make a mistake, I'm gonna get shot by the shotgun and probably killed. Um, but so you figure it all out, you do the puzzle, and then you're like, yeah, I did the puzzle, the room unlocks, and then you walk up to the shotgun, and because you assume, okay, I did the puzzle, I can get the shotgun now, and then the shotgun drops and it breaks. It was a toy shotgun the whole time, so there was actually never any threat of you like getting harmed by doing the by making a mistake in the puzzle. At least as far as I'm aware, I didn't make a mistake in the puzzle because it's a pretty simple puzzle. Um, but from what I surmise, like there wasn't actually any threat. The room was never going to fill up with water. You were never going to get shot. The ticking clock was irrelevant. It was just the sound design of the ticking clock creating tension. And I really love this puzzle because it had like a lot of tension in it, and the release like ended in a pretty simple joke. And then you realize, oh, I was never in any actual danger. It's just like a very good like squeeze and release, like tension and release. And I think that's really important in game design in general, but especially horror games. So I really, really, really like that puzzle a lot. And so that's the type of puzzles I want to have in Autumn. But like I said, once you experience that once, it's pretty difficult to recreate it, right? Because there hasn't been another puzzle in the game like that since. Like there are other puzzles in the game where there are enemies around and you have to solve it, or like there's traps and stuff. So there actually is a sense of danger. Um, but that tension and release, especially when the release in that room was like a little joke, I liked a lot. So So we have all the exploration. Exploration is a big thing. That's the core thing you're going to be doing the entire game or every run. So you have to make that interesting. We need to have that tension and release. So a lot of it is going to be, oh, this door is locked, the locked door. So you got to go around and find the key. You don't know where the key is. You have to like explore different enemies and stuff. Um, Avoid traps, um, try to find better weapons so you can survive more easily. Um, so that's all good there. So we'll figure out exploration. So I need to do the consumable keys. I need to add the altars, and I need to make traps. Combat will be its own system because I have a lot of the combat done already, or the core combat system done. It's all functional. Um, So puzzles, I think for the prototype, the puzzles are going to be really simple, like really, really simple. So we can just steal some. We can just steal some from other games because we'll make them more interesting later. Puzzles like maybe I'll just straight up do that puzzle from Crow Country I was talking about. So puzzles are the tension of a puzzle should be gaining information, and that's I think this is the most difficult part of designing puzzles is how much information to give the player and how can you communicate when they have all the information that they can gather. So that's difficult. So gathering information ties into exploration, right? So you gain information by exploring, so you have the tension and release of the combat being there, and the puzzles, and then the puzzles can unlock, let's say, altars or consumables. Let's say, like when you do puzzles, can give you upgrades, items, keys, and those should be all the things that a puzzle can give you, I think. Or it can also reward you with like a puzzle can itself be a key, so it can just like open a door. Okay. So that's all good for puzzles, and I think that's okay too. We can combine puzzles with combat. I don't necessarily know if I want to do that. I think it's difficult to balance. Um, because making puzzles where you have to solve it, but also like avoid or deal with enemies at the same time can be pretty annoying or stressful in a way that might not be fun. So that's definitely something that will have to be explored. Puzzles, exploration. All right. The looting is just kind of covering all of this stuff. Um, so yeah, since we have a limited inventory, you have to make decisions about what stuff to keep. Looting, uh, limited inventory. I think like absolute key items that are required for progression should not take up an inventory slot. The items required for progression not take up inventory because that can also communicate to the player that so limited inventory, so you have like it's just straight up Resident Evil. That level of decision making is not it's like a solved design. So I don't have to think about it too much. All right. Um so I'm thinking okay, so what I'm thinking is yeah. So, so let's make the canvas bigger again. Okay. Do this. All right, so as I talk about this and think through it, what I'm thinking is, okay, beating the boss will give you permanent upgrade like um permanent upgrade like increased inventory, and then a safe room chest is just keep loot stored in it for the next run. So we'll have two different functions. So you need to find a safe room. A safe room will probably be locked or hidden or something. They'll be difficult to find. Um, and then maybe you have to defeat like strong enemies to get to them or solve a difficult puzzle to get to them, whatever. Um, and then so they give you different rewards. That'll be good. Or maybe even getting to a safe room means you can leave the run early and like say no, I don't think I want to do that. Leaving the run early makes actually because you could just if you did that, if I have it set up that way, you can just like find a safe room, put all your shit in it, and then go out and kill yourself. Is something you can do. I don't think you'd want to do that. That's definitely a way you could play the game. You could make that decision, I guess. So maybe just giving the player the option to like leave after finding a safe room. Or maybe it can be like a checkpoint. So like it'll be you can use that seed again and then just go to that. Nah, it'd be too hard to like load the state of that seed, I think. Um, so I'd rather just like regenerate it than being able to, or like yeah, that'd just be too difficult to like keep track of a randomly generated seed in the state, like the stuff you've unlocked in it and all that. I don't think I want to do that. Or would it be because I could just say it because I can have this is okay. This is a tough design decision. I am going to say, hmm, I don't know. That is something we can explore. I'll wait until we get playtesting done for that to see how players engage with that system, if that's how it works. I don't know. Maybe you do have to get out alive in order for the chest to save. everything you've stored in it. Tough decision. All right, more coffee. Decisions. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. Don't open Discord. Don't need that. Um, okay, so puzzles are definitely something I'm going to need for the combat prototype or the playable prototype. Um, combat is in. I think I need, let's just do three enemy types. Type and boss. Be fine. The we'll have to make the behavior trees for those. Behavior trees are really difficult. But Unreal has a new AI system called state machines, I think, and it can be used more, for more than just AI. I have to explore it. I haven't quite learned how to use it yet because it's pretty new, but I'll look into it. Um, the upgrading, so there should be like per run upgrading and persistent upgrades. So persistent upgrades is things like um, bringing your loot across runs and like increasing your like inventory size. So we can just do those, and then locking key systems just basic like this is a progression blocker before you can just pick up this item. So I think now we can actually start talking about what to do. All right, I think I've written enough stuff down. Um, oops. Let's move this over here. Um, I wish I need to look at my Miro board. Gonna open this. Let's see, I have this Miro board, which it has like nothing useful on it. Okay, just delete this. I'll say milestone. I will create um do, 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 do. One of these has strategy and planning. Come on. Here. Remap planning. Here we go. Templates. Okay, so don't need fucking need this. Plugin, roadmap planning. Should I use this template? I don't like this template. This template looks like shit. Are there like most of the templates in here kind of suck? But I want to try not that one. I have a milestone I want to hit. So we have to write down our milestone goal. And I have 3 months to do everything, 4 months to do everything. And then we just need to figure out order. Okay. Let's try using this one, maybe. All right, so we'll say duration. Oh, this is also a shit template. Come on, there's gotta be one. There's gotta be one that's useful in here. I just search like milestone chart, timeline. Let's try this one. Okay. So yeah, let's do milestone one is our playable prototype like this here. I hate all these things. They all suck. I don't like this one either. We'll find one. We'll find one we like. Timeline, production timeline, project planning, work plan, timeline, key info, funding tracker, project timeline, roadmap, try. The fuck is triple diamond? Let's try this one. Uh, okay. Yeah, we can do this. So I change this calendar. Settings should be uh, August. So we'll say today's the second. 8 to save. I make another. I add another month in here. How do I add more months? What? Da, 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 da. I don't like this. I don't like this one either. I would like it if I had was able to add more than 1 month. Okay. That one could have been it, but maybe not. Timeline maybe. Timeline. September, October, November. I add more than one. Why is it only letting me do months at a time? I hate this. I'll find one. I'll find one we like. Find one we like. Gotcha. That's the one I just tried, right? Timeline. Planning. Project game product roadmap. Roadmap planning. Let's try this one. Please, for the love of God, let me add more than 2 months to this. It's weird that I can't. All right, fine. Not rename this. Hate all of these. Um, I just, I just not understand how this works. Hmm, Can I change the name here? No. Go. Say duration. Edit, yeah, edit field. There we go. Exploration, combat, puzzle, uh, options, loot, upgrades, grades, and lock and key. And I think that's everything, right? Okay. Oh my God, I didn't save. Jesus Christ. Field, uh, exploration, combat, uh, puzzle, lock, key, looting, and upgrades. Save. All right. I will be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Let me see. So, all right, so let's figure out what I actually need to do. So let's just say for the exploration, I need to make the hub slash foyer. The status is to do. Uh, priority for this one is high. Okay. Exploration. So we need to create the consumable keys. That'll be an item. Okay. Consumable keys. Priority for that one is medium. Two. We need to do altars. Those are pretty important because those are those are gonna be how we level up. Let's see. That's how we level up. Let's use for buffs slash grades. Okay, so consumable keys. Yeah. And then we'll also do traps. So this, I think, I that again. Okay, so inmates September, September date, and date is all this one December. That still doesn't show. Let me make this longer. So frustrating. Really don't know why it doesn't let me put more than 2 months in. Okay, so all right. So combat, we need to add our enemy types. So we'll say to do that, we need our base behavior tree. We'll say run base behavior tree. Status on that is two. We don't know when it's high. And then we need like enemy type two, enemy type three. Let's say we'll have four enemy types, enemy type four, and we'll do a boss. Have one boss is all we need. The boss is very high. These are all to do. And then the other enemy types are going to be medium. And then we'll figure out the design of the enemy types. Oh, I have no idea why this defaults to December 2024. So today. We can do enemies next month, I think, or depending on how long this takes. Oh, exploration. I need to do a lot of rooms. So we'll say puzzle rooms. Uh, I need to do combat room. I will say like 5 to 10 puzzle rooms should be enough. Combat rooms, probably like minimum 10. I need to do the boss room, and then I can do that after we figure out what the boss AI actually is. Um, what did I call the other rooms? I had a name for the like safe rooms, right? Um, use lock and key. Okay. Oh, I need to do the lock and key stuff. Logic, lock and key. So I need like that's going to require a lot of things, a lot of subtasks. I I just need one boss room. Um, I also need so for exploration, we'll say the save load. That's going to be part of the core gameplay loop. Um, Information, trapstable. Okay. Um, oh, I need to do. Need to make a new. I change. Wait, can I like? 325. Still not letting me view. Well, like. Uh, I that. I add a new base. I need to do a new group. In a field. Um, Option core, or should call it core for like the main menu and shit. How do I change this though? Need it. Oh, I change it here. Or there we go. Let's say main menu. We'll put the save and load down under core as well. Priority main menu should be medium priority. Group here should be upgrades. Um, upgrade should actually, the altar should actually be under upgrades. Um, do, 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 do. The puzzles, I don't think I'm going to get to for a little while. That'll probably be one of the last things we do. Lock and key. Perhaps think for day and say this should be done. The hub room and foyer should be done at the very least by the end of this week. Let's say, what's today? Tuesday? Okay. Today's Tuesday. So we'll say by Friday, or no, the 5th. I want to get that done by the 5th, the very least. Puzzle room. Okay, yeah, we can just make rooms that house the puzzles. Uh, we'll say like, I don't know. We'll say like, have like 5 puzzles. Upgrade altars. We also need to have um permanent upgrades. So that's high, and we'll just say for now we'll just leave it as increased inventory, right? Which that shouldn't be difficult to do. Okay. Um, I have consumable item combat. I need to make um consumable weapons or like not consumable weapons. Oh, I also need to do weapon degradation, um durability. I'm gonna have a durability system. I know people don't like it, but I feel like it makes sense for this game. All right, that is high priority. Put that at the top. I need to do consumable weapons, stuff like grenades, medium grenades, molotovs, etc. Like maybe you can like disable traps and then pick them up or something. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so upgrades. This should be. Can I not move this up? I don't think I can. Move up. Eight saves. That's annoying. Um, stupid. Some of this stuff is dumb as hell. Okay. So the rooms for the exploration, I think I want to get all the rooms done. Say puzzle room. I had because I called them like safe. I didn't call them safe room. I called them something else. What did I call them? I liked what I called them. because we do need to make the safe room actually. Safe room is high. Two. It's what do I call them? Uh, what do I call them? But like negative space rooms, rooms where like you're just, I guess just like exploration rooms, just like stuff where you can just where you just find things. There's no combat or puzzles. Also high, and that should go. Safe room is also very important. Um, yeah, so the rooms and stuff are all very important. Should go lock and key. Okay, so I think the exploration stuff is kind of what I want to get done this month. I should be able to do that all. Uh, be good, I think. I wish this shit showed me like the whole calendar I wanted to see. Group filter div, view setting, tendencies. I don't fucking know. Delete and like that. And we'll like roadmap. Positive. Oh my god, keyboard. Why? Keyboard, please. Oh, I guess there's only so many. Add. Okay. Don't need that. Okay, so they're high. I'm gonna put the puzzle priority on low because that'll be kind of the last thing we do. Still really wish I could reorganize these. It's so dumb that I can't. I like, oops. I like move it up here. It changes the type. Unless I can do fields. Or changing it here might change it. Yes, it does. Okay, I figured it out. The upgrade should be pretty high. Lock and key also needs to be pretty high. Okay. Okay, so what we can do is um more coffee. And the coffee is a little cold now. Um All right, so we can move a bunch of this stuff to Jira, or we can just leave it here. Prefer Jira, honestly. It's easier to keep track of stuff. Okay. Yeah. Type. Backlog. Okay. I think that's all we need to do for now. So a lot of this will just come down to design. So let's make a new sprint, or let's make a new backlog. Okay, so hub level, hub level. Tracking function. Okay, so some of this stuff is just refactoring. Okay, so safe room, and then I need combat rooms, and I need operation rooms, and I need uh lock and key systems, and I need the boss room, then I need puzzle room, and then we need the consumable keys, and then traps. All right. We'll see. We upgrade alters and equipment upgrades. We also need a main menu and our save load system. Save flash load system. So can't do that until a lot of other stuff is done. Okay, we need to add uh, weapon durability. It's pretty easy to do. Uh, I don't have anything for consumable weapons yet. I don't have that system set up. Let's say enemy types and boss enemy, right? And then just like puzzles. Okay, so this is all doable. Longest thing that'll take is probably making all the rooms and the AI. Those will probably take the longest. So, and then traps, I could just make, traps should be easy. You just walk over it and it triggers an animation. Okay, so description, uh, things like bear traps to be placed in rooms while player is exploring. And then I can say like just player or walks over a trap, um, takes um, trap damage type. Okay, so like I already have systems for taking different types of damage, which is really easy to set up. And then there, and also disable and collect traps. So like um, a player placed trap can also still affect the player. So you can still place a trap and it'll trap enemies. Um, if the player as well as enemies. Yeah, so you can disable a trap and then pick it up and put it in your inventory, and then it'll also like you can also still step on it. Okay. Hub level, it's self-explanatory, safe from self-explanatory. All the rooms and stuff are self-explanatory. Boss room, consumable keys, um, item with unique functions to um, unlock different paths, objects, or like boxes, right? Like a crowbar or um, a screwdriver. All right, so those can be things you can pick up and use. Oh, that should be in the description, not if. Can I delete this comment? Delete. Okay. Upgrade altars. So altars found in room that player can make an offering to game um, upgrade or curse save. Let's see what else. Permanent upgrades. We can just say for now, we'll just say completing run gives permanent upgrades like increased inventory. Save. Okay, main menu should just be new game. Continue. Options and exits. Right. That's fine. Save load. I think all I need for this is uh, save the chest inventory and save player stats and uh, inventory size. That's easy. Weapon durability, that's self-explanatory. Consumable weapon. Um, let's just say like grenades, Molotovs. I have in my Miro board that one have where'd everything go? Uh, two-handed weapons, projectile. Okay, grenade. Oh, medium. So, and then I also want to add like weapon unique functions, weapon unique abilities. This could be out of scope. Um, but like if we look back at my Miro board, some of my weapons can have um like an axe can tear down boarded up boards, or the wrench can remove bolts to open doors. So like that kind of lock and key system, but for weapons. Or like certain weapons can also give you different skills or abilities for different exploration abilities. I like the idea of weapons having secondary functions. All right. Let's go back to my milestone board. Okay, yeah, enemy type, alter for upgrades, puzzle rooms. Okay. I think that's good for me for Jira. Let's um so I'll make a parents. Oh my god. Um, I'll make a new thing of that. Art. I don't think I need to do art. Maybe we can make the protagonist model. Maybe. 'Cause I have an okay concept of her model and rig. Right. Let's see. How do I add epic? All epics. Um, combat prototype done. But I want to make a new epic. Forget how to do that. Adding an epic, but I don't know how to make. I don't remember how to make one. Combat prototype. But, do I do this again? Race sprint. Da, 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 da. Do race sprint. Let's call this. Can I rename this, please? Please let me rename it. I'd like to rename it, please. Edit sprints. Uh, Playable. Prototype. Exploration. Explore. Let's give ourselves 3 weeks for this. Start date, we'll say tomorrow. Date. Then city move to hub level. That in there. The upgrade altar should be in here. Yeah, that's pretty important. So exploration rooms there, key system there, combat rooms, um, puzzle room, perhaps. But also will also be in there. And safe room as well. I think that's everything I need for the exploration task. Okay, unique abilities might not be able to get in. That's fine. Like more of a stretch goal. Yeah, let's say. Red sprints. Yeah. Playable prototype. Or type combat. The start date for this will be, I said the 22nd from now. Update. We'll make a new sprint. A playable prototype. Uh, 4 8. We want to put our main menu in there and our save load, permanent upgrades. Consumable keys should go in Explorer. Um, okay. I'm just gonna call this one done for now. Say item stacking. We'll put this one in Explorer too, but this is a lower priority. Okay. New one. Create sprints. Playable prototype. Edit. Art. Date. Down to art will be the last thing we do. And then I can adding ability stuff is pretty simple. Permanent upgrades. I guess I'll put permanent upgrades and exploration too. Or maybe I should put it in core. I'll put it in core. Um, I'll just call this one. Add another one. Just call it refactor, because this one won't necessarily be factor update. Factor that. And there was another one in here. Character verbs, consumable. Okay. So I think weapon durability should be up high. Weapon unique abilities will be lower because that can be a stretch goal. Right. Weapons up higher as well. Cost any. Okay. See, we need hub level. Upgrade altars are important. Lock and key system, consumable keys, exploration of combat and puzzle rooms, traps, safe room is important. Both exploration rooms, item stacking function should go. Let's leave that there. Okay. All right. So we have done all of our fucking project planning. Exploration go above. Edit sprint the dates for this. August should be September dates. it. Oh no. I accidentally moved everything into the backlog. Did I just move everything down here? I just moved everything down here. Weapon durability, consumable weapon, enemy types, plus enemy, weapon unique abilities. Okay. I like this up. Move sprint to top. Okay. Yeah, combat should be after that. Exploration. We have a lot of things to do for exploration. Um, at the top. Okay. I gotta rework again. Keys, great altars, safe room, exploration room. Perhaps I want to be higher. That room just goes above that. Okay. All right. I gotta use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Let me see. Okay, so now that all of this is planned out, we can actually just start actually working on the fucking thing. Um, oh, breathing rooms. That's what I call them. Safe rooms. Breathe. Oh my God, fucking breathing rooms. Um, okay, let me actually go back to Jira. Timeline. No, backlog. It's showing me my. I don't need to see my epics. Oh, here's create epics over there. Okay. Um, let's see. Combat. Need. I don't know why that open. Enemy types. E. Don't need to bold it. Okay. Base grunt. Zombie. So that's kind of how it already works. I want a tank. Strong enemy. Say like a fast enemy. Uh, crawling enemy. Uh, poison enemy. Bleed enemy. And they'll say like a flying enemy. And then I also like dogs from Resident Evil. Enemy. Um, yeah, and that should all be good. All right, and they should all more or less share the same logic. Okay. I think I think we're all good there. All right. So big thing I want to focus on right now is exploration. So let's make our actual design our level finally. Two basic 8. Let's bring in our update level. All right. Okay, so we want a post process volume in there. Say material, post process materials. Um, we save. I have a post process volume here, a PPMI fog and PPMI pixelation. Okay. A new level, basic, or I'll just do an empty level 8, post process volume, and reference fog and reference pixelation. Okay. Those are materials I made to give it like the classic Resident Evil style, a like fog and like low res. They look okay. They could be at a light, do a point light, and we need go to our blockout tools, blockout box. So what I want to do, let's look up some references. Beaches, castle, layout, images. Let's look at this. See, No, want to do Mario before Peach's Castle. I just searched like, does the foyer? Here we go. Yeah, this is what I want. I'm gonna make like this. All right, cool. Okay, this is a good image. All right, perfect image. What I want. Perfect. And oh yeah, that's perfect. And then I also want to look up Luigi's Mansion. Okay, images. Ooh, that looks cool. Image is a little small though. Uh, good. There's like this. Yes, there's Toad there. Right, I forgot like the lights turn on in Luigi's Mansion when you clear a room. Um, the let's see. Wait, this image is fine, I guess. Really open image in new tab. Right. I'm gonna open. There's a really cool program called PureRef that just lets you put a bunch of images in a big board for reference. It's really useful. I highly recommend it if you're an artist. Okay, so yeah, I just have them like on this image board. It's really useful. I like it a lot. So put that back over here and say this back. Maximize. All right. Okay, so level design is difficult. That's why I just feel the design. Okay, so there and there. Make that thinner. All right, so it's just a big box. These rooms, literally just big boxes. Yeah, I can just do over here. Box size. Walk out box. Say like 900 maybe. Oh, that's still too small. Let's say like 1600. Yeah, 1800, 2400. Say like there. Okay, and then we'll move this to 0. Post process. Oh, I gotta make sure this is set to infinite. There we go. What the fuck? There's the light. Oh, the fog. Let me disable the fog for now. Fog is way too strong. Post-process material. I'm just gonna delete the fog one. Yeah, look how pixely that is. Looks great. A little too pixely, but it's fine. Let's see. I don't want the intensity higher, but I do want the attenuation radius higher. So, so for the like final game, I'm definitely gonna bake the lighting. Um, uh, where's begin player start? That's what it's called. Let me say, to game mode, select game mode class. Uh, and I'm also gonna need to add a 0. I don't really like a so pixelated, even this pixelated. But I do need a camera. I don't need a camera actor. Yeah, it's just a camera actor. down. Want to do tag and actor tags. Let's say start, and that should. Oh, it fell through the world. Where'd player start go? Below. Go. Or why is it so pixelated? It shouldn't be this pixelated. It's fine. It's whatever. That is too big though. Let me find um yeah, go. I just want that for okay, I'm gonna turn the pixelation off because it's kind of hard to design this with it on. Just get rid of those. All right. So make this a bit smaller. Oh, like, wish the pivot for this was in the center. Whatever. Bring this in more. Moving forward more. It's definitely too wide, right? Also, I'll move this camera so it's not. Oh, oh, it was very far away. That's also making it feel larger than it needs to. So like right in the middle, I think we do up higher just a little bit. Because in Louisia's mansion is pretty just it's just centered right behind that, right? And let's say let's move back a bit. Yeah, right. Player start right there. Just move you forward. Does it say bad size? Oh, because it was in the way. Okay. All right. I will move the camera down a little bit as well. Be like safe. All right. Um, yeah, all right. We can fuck with the scale in a minute. Let's add some stairs. Um, do curved stairs. Curved stairs. Let's do doorways first. Doorway. Let me read this out. Box size. Yeah, let's say 750, 2400, 550. Right. Yeah. Make this doorway a bit wider. Could be like a double door. Add. And say the center's right here. Right. Go. Okay, we also need a chest, or chest, inventory, item chest. There's our item chest. All right, fix. Do I have like I downloaded a bunch of like packs and stuff. Very one, two. Back. It's just that dungeon. I should have probably just patient. I don't know what this is. Dungeon modular FPS for music. First of all, let's just save this levels. Let's call this the foyer one, row one. Oh, M is for materials. Level. Save. Okay. All right, let's look at Fab. There's actually the free market. Actually, look at Fab Marketplace. There should be free shit on there now. That limited time free. Yeah, this is perfect for what I wanted. Kind of. It's pretty ugly, actually, but the car is just free stuff, so we might as well get it, right? Gotta log in. Continue. All right. Add to cart. Abandoned hospital. Add to cart. You'd think they'd have all this stuff next month instead of this month. This is next month's October. Okay. And now let's check that stuff out. Okay, so I just got a bunch of free stuff. This order. Okay, cool. I got free stuff. Nice. But I wanted to look in my library to see if I have any art I could just use. I have the modular dungeon. Um, environment. Medieval sewer dungeon. I don't want to use that. Don't I have like a horror game asset pack. City, an alley, warehouse environment, and in hospital. I have old office. Be a good one. Yeah, I can grab this one. Add to project. So this is just for prototyping. I'm absolutely going to replace all this art in the final game, but having a little bit of arted up stuff just so I can like set dress definitely makes a difference with regard to the impression people get from it, and like setting the tone and atmosphere. I swear though, I had like a horror game asset pack. Look at that in a sec. Look through my stuff in a second. Um, see, horror. Really? I, I know I have horror stuff. All product. Old horror sofas. Definitely add that though. But yeah, art design wise, I'll definitely have to figure out the art direction eventually. Not anytime soon. Eventually. Looking through any more stuff I could potentially use. Gothic stuff. Old. Gothic. I have a lot of like Gothic environments I downloaded. Um, the lighting in these is not the best. A lot of the free stuff is definitely free. You get what you pay for, basically. I mean, they look okay, but the fidelity of them not amazing. Okay. Old horror sofas, meshes, stick shit in here. Ah, a compile. Ugh. Oh, is it done? Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, look at that sofa. Oh my God, they all have to compile. What happens when you add stuff in middle of the project? Okay. Content. Let's see. Classic office meshes. House elements. Is there like a double door? I'm gonna add door here. E 90. This bigger so I can actually see what I'm doing. Double door size. It's smaller. Go and forward a bit. Probably an actual the plinth. Is this? I don't know what that means. Oh, just like wall siding, I guess. Um, no small window walling. Oh, there's not a lot of meshes here. Decorative grid, furniture. All right. I don't know why these don't have their materials assigned. Uh, well, that material doesn't want to work. Oh, door, Commodore, door table. Oh, that's so small. There are walls, decorative elements. I should do the actual like level design itself instead of looking through meshes. Okay. Um, So what we want to do is, let's see, I will door there, and then I also want to have get another blockout box. I want to have a second story above it. Move it, or I can just duplicate this so it'll be easier. Put it behind here. Down a bit. And that. Bring it up. Move the light over here. There we go. Okay. Then back a little bit more. All right. See. And do push it back even more actually, because I need a landing up there. Make it look better. There. I should put this to unlit so it's actually easier. Okay. Um. Hmm. So I actually want to have like Mario 64. Peach's Castle has these like side doors and then these doors. There's a lot of doors in here. So I want to have these kind of wrap around, these side ones wrap around up top like those and all that. For the just for the prototype only, I think only this main door right here is gonna actually open. Okay. So let's duplicate this again. Smaller. And bring here. This here. The grids you have on. Perfect. Okay. Um, do a blockout ramp, blockout, do the blockout skew box. I may, I want that one. I guess I do want the ramp. That's there, there, like that. Thanks. The level design, I think, is one of the most difficult things in game development in terms of like design. Really hard. This not even lining up. Why? Okay. All fine. Okay. Line up. Okay. Oh, right. Let's see. Let's see. So I want um another door here, another one right there, right? And then I need stairs. I just do curved stairs. Um, Maybe I should do another box there, there. That there was a that that uh, what's that? Line up with the corners. That and way. Uh, Thick there, and then ramp. Um, hmm. You like can do this, like I guess there. Half. I like this. Like there's a way to do this. I think this. Yeah, this way. Do, do, do. Uh, no, it still doesn't look right. There a way to change? I don't think there is. And I thought that would work. I guess I can. that more. Like add second one like that. Uh, snapping, snapping scale. Still not quite right. I want to bring that in more. Um, see. That's that. Hmm. And there's lockout cylinder box maybe is what I should use instead of this. This box. So how does this one work? A little bit better, I think. Be more like that. Makes regular S box. Maybe something like this. Better, I think. Doing. And can I make it like not that? That's the skew of it. That length. Okay, you can build that. That's interesting. Okay, you can do that. And oh man, that's really long. Location. It's like it goes on forever. Kind of weird. The box. Mm, uh, That to be 0. Is it rotated? Okay. Guess I can just duplicate it, offset it, work fine. That's really weird. That length, that length, size. Ah, there we go. What I was trying to figure out how to do. Okay, there we go. Figured out the setting. Uh, all right. It has been solved. Now I can just make a fucking wall here. Right. There we go. So all the way over here. I guess I can move it all the way down. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Let's test this out. Okay, I think a little big, but it's fine. I'm going to extend this back, I think, more. That far. Give myself some more space. Okay. I can just line this up better. Right. That one. Um, the ramp isn't exactly the same thing as the skew box. This is going to work better this direction. Damn it. Probably use the skew box again instead of, oh, there we go. Do. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. Right. It's fine. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Around a little bit. Next to that. And two more. Look on top of it. I know I'm doing this. How much other stuff I should be doing? Okay. Um, how do I like mirror this? That like this? Um, let's say 100. Um, pivot right there, which is a weird spot. Pivot, pivot, minus 200. I actually think that worked perfectly. Right. There we go. That looks fine, I think. Let's move all this over. All right. Ugh, ugh. Test this out. Probably move the camera back more. Up a bit. I think what I'm going to do now is add this here. And I'll have door in there still. I want uh I want the chest to be under these stairs. What I want. I want the chest to be under the stairs. So what I can do is bring these stairs up here like that. Bring forward. I have more of a landing up here. I'll bring stairs down. So a bit shorter and closer to a bit more. Call them close and close. Bum, bum. It's fine. You do that. Take this one here, there. Box there. Right there. Bum, bum, bum. Like, oops. Step size. I'm gonna bring down. No, leave it like that. And then box right there. That like that. These line up. There's use a different scale than the. Okay. All right. Top thickness. uh, Doors. Okay. One. Oh, let's think. Okay. Probably save. I will make door over here. Only door. I'll make another door here. Hey, that's all good. Let's add some railings. Another one. Yeah. Okay. Station order. No. No. Mhm. Mhm. Right. Okay. That's over. Okay. Order. Um, Getting pretty close to what I'm going for. Ugh. Carpets. You want carpets? Oh, paintings. What are you? Lord? House elements. And plate. Wall. I got walls. Wall angle. All materials broken. Door frame. Oh, there's a door frame. One decorative elements. Two. Three. As talk. Pretty small. Actual chandelier. Where there's no floor. Materials. And oh, color. Top color. A top color. I can't override custom. Material type, custom material. Scale is all wrong. Eat it. Values, power, parameter, pressure parameter. Okay. It looks funny. Look how big these floorboards are. They're like a UV. That one, like based on scale. Like repeated a bunch of times. I really wish this had a UV color too. Normal power. Oh, scale. Let's say like 7.5. No, just 7 is probably fine. Um, wallpaper, wallpaper on this. Um, yeah, level design is hard. This should also reach all in here. Oh, damn it. Sideways. Wrong way. Can I do this? Yes, I can. I don't hate that. I prefer that though. That looks better. Um, uh, uh, turn on my post process volume. exposure. Ugh. Um, exposure compensation -1. I set it to -2. Why is that arrow glowing? Shouldn't be. I just want both to be 0. One, set to 0. Two. I have lighting. The lighting. Oh, let's just ambient occlusion. No expectation. Over and down. The auto exposure. Oh, right. I want to do baked lighting because like dynamic lighting with this type of art style just like doesn't really work that well. Come down a smidge. It's side. Okay. Save. Oof. I kinda. What? It crashed. Why did it crash? Did literally nothing for it to crash. Weird. Must have accidentally hit something. Don't know why it crashed. Okay, relaunching. I think I'm gonna stop streaming in about an hour. I'm getting a little tired, a little hungry. Um, okay. Swear to God, this crashes when I run it again. Okay, I must have accidentally hit something. All right. Don't know why that carpet has um collision, but whatever. Let's look for door frame. Why is this up sideways? Okay. Uh, the wrong type of door frame. Like that door frame though. For this one. You have to use both of them. Have to use both. Okay. Works. Good know. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's how it works. I think. I don't know. Really? Still off. See anything? We just copy. Copy. What the fuck? Copy. The door frames are all wrong. This is weird. Um, don't line up. Door frame. This is just the wrong door frame. This is door 6. Save this. Maps. Let me see in the demo map how they have the door frame set up. Oh man, I'm tired. But fucking shaders. Where's the door? Where's the door? Where's the door? Where's the door? Door. Frame one. And two. Yeah, it has exactly what I thought. Scales one. Scales one. That's what I thought. One. Just like zero out all of these values. Weird. Doesn't line up. That appears to line up a little bit better. Is with the okay, yeah, that looks fine, I guess. Okay. Let's handles a separate mesh to the door. We'll eventually make like actual levels design tools as well. Like having to place stuff manually like this takes forever. That um So strange. I don't know why this doesn't fit properly. Or it's not a huge deal. Oh, there. Sure how that happened. It is hard to talk and do level design at the same time. Now this keeps getting offset. Ugh. God. Okay. Um, just put this. I do with this. I utilize this. Maybe like that. God, camera. That something. Really? This decorative grid. Just a lattice. Pillar, I don't really know what to do with. Panel. Leather armchair better. Number two. Huge. Why is this so big? Against this wall over here. Fuck is a cornice? Yes. Doors and shit. A lamp. Yeah, here we go. I don't think there's a ceiling texture. A ceiling. Can't spell ceiling. Panel, ceiling plinth. Ceiling instance. Let's do that. Uh, uh, just a uh, that big shadow. Wait from this. I don't want you to cast a shadow. I will move light there. I'm getting really tired. Is chest. I got nothing in the chest. Right, I'm gonna say save all. Um, go this. I just want to make the volume do Chest. Character. Graph. Fact. The actor in the script. Interact is the actor. Or environment, no. Okay, let's just put it in level. Folder is class actor. The let's call it VP store. We'll add a mesh store action scripts at mesh mesh say we'll also make also the level load load run load just keep tech whatever. It needs a act s space settings AI actor class settings interfaces add the I actor info the I actor load chess volume volume back to the door go save. Um, draft component in overlap as to the character page widget. This is just so I can interact with the door and load the next level. Prompts. Viewport. Icons. Set. Store. Mansion. Save. Interact. String. Load. Level. This object reference. Variable. And seriously. Editable. Level. Game. Self reference. Game. Save and I just say door. Okay, so I go and walk up to it and hit E. Loaded level on top of the current level. I need to open level. Open level by object reference. I just loaded. Okay, I want to say, uh, look at a player. Four, or here. assets, levels, different thing here. Stuff in the construction script. Oh, it's in the game mode, I think. Game mode. Yeah. Um, have it. So when the player dies, it can damage. Like, um, that begins wait gameplay. Dead start games right. Level name. Um, the level by object. Level by object reference. Uh, okay. There we go. Right. Okay. Did I not? Has taken damage. Uh, magnitude. Um, 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 um. Character fault, character fault. Did I not? That on the that character default. Oh, uh, oh, maybe uh, take damage. Yeah, it should just be take damage, damage type, dash, damage type, damage type, rework, defaults. Type, here slash, yeah, it should work. Okay. Level. Um, okay, cool. That all works. Okay. Okay. Make sure I save all files, save all. All right, sweet. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it soon. I'm getting pretty tired, and I've made a decent amount of progress. I want to say another here. Because this is literally the only thing I actually needed in this setup was just yeah, I'll definitely change the camera angle when you walk up here. I will say like the camera up a bit over here. Um, let's get um over here. I'm just gonna set up the cameras for this. The only thing I really needed to do in here was get it so I can load the dungeon and the item chest in here. And then I just wanted to give it some vibes. So we can do a little more set dressing tomorrow. And we can also um do more. I think we should focus on level design, maybe. I mean, level design takes so long. Maybe we should just do uh I want to finish this room, get it in a decent spot. Um oh, my folders. The save all. Um I have camera system here. TV camera switch. I go up here, switch the camera here. Okay, I'm gonna make another camera. Um, actor. Right. And we'll grab you. That. That. Oh, that looks good. Um, the chandelier up a bit more, and a bit up a bit more. Right. Pretty big, but fine. We scale it down just a tiny tad bit. Okay. good. And then I also need to make it so that when you come back down the stairs, switches cameras as well. Switches cameras back. Or actually do it so that these ones switch back. Okay. Eh, Art that that save. This way it won't change until I'm already up the stairs. Yeah, there we go. That feels a bit better. Okay. Yeah, this is only about half done. Um, but I am very exhausted, so we can call it there for today. I will be back on later tonight, probably around 6 with I'm gonna stream Pro Country again. We'll probably finish it. And then that's it for today. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll finish this up and we'll continue on um with working on this prototype. All right. See ya.